that should pretty much be all that we need realistically. So, get that turned in so that way the mic can actually hear me. And you're going to get turned down a wee bit. Alrighty. Okay, yeah, that's why we need to turn you down a bit. Because I'm probably going to be just about as loud as you, aren't I? Hey, the Solace. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully evening's running alright for you so far. I'm just taking wild guesses at audio balancing right now. So, that should be okay, I think. Shouldn't be too loud compared to my voice, at least. Is it still pretty loud? Okay. Always got to be a little bit careful just because I know how quiet I am by default anyways. Um, levels. I guess it's really just the main problem because I can't hear the stream while I'm going, so it's always just a bit of a guess and check just to see if I'm actually on the ball or not. So let's just take a peek here. Doesn't help the music font on YouTube is all over the place. Yeah, it's a bit of a problem at the end of the day, isn't it? Let's see here. As a mild upside, I can at least put it on my secondary phone. There we go. Try to make it so the music peaks are half the size of my mic's peaks. Yeah, that sounds about normal. Well, all things considered, this is really just the main test, so that should be fine, but it'll really depend on when the music actually picks up. I could probably turn it up like a couple percents more, but the main problem when it comes down to synth-wavy stuff is that we're going to have to worry a little bit about the ups and downs that end up popping up. Otherwise, things get a wee bit messy. Alrighty then. So, rare category for this time, because I don't usually do this on stream, at the very least, because never the most confident thing in the world. But I kind of need to get some stuff done, so kind of need to do it on stream for once. So welcome, Non. Hopefully the evening's treating you alright so far. We're gonna be working on a little bit of the artistry stuffs today. Just for the little bits and pieces that I actually need to get done before everyone's birthdays on the weekend. So let's see here. You do see a Kin. That's because Kin's birthday is apparently next week. So I kind of need to get going on that, which is a bit of a whoopsie. But you'll also just get to see how I actually end up drawing because that's not something I ever necessarily talk about anyways. Oh, that's probably way too big. Um, that should be a little better. Yeah, I'm not exactly the most vocal when it does come to my artwork at the very least, so figured this will also be a relatively good time to just show guys and or just show everyone how I end up doing things at the end of the day. But how is everyone so far? Hopefully the evening is treating you all right, and you don't have to worry about too much going into the weekend. Just because I know that it can get a little bit hectic, especially during the summer when you're never 100% sold on what you want to do at the end of the day. Yeah. But just to explain the rough idea of what I'm doing tonight at the very least is that we're working on just birthday gifts in general. So for some reason, I have a relatively good time just drawing dolls, which I'm not 100% certain as to why that's what I'm good at, but oh well. And hey, the bar. Welcome. Assuming you're coming from Cross's side, is that a name change by chance? Because the name's not super familiar, but my memory is also hot garbage, so. Thank you, thank you. I know that I'm not trying to be one of those people who's just relatively continuous on saying, oh, I can't draw, so why am I trying? But there are those days where you kind of just get a little bit lost in the potential of what you end up lacking, which I'm trying not to fall into those tropes again, but you do what you gotta do, right? Also, I shouldn't be drawing at this while I'm doing the shading. There we go. In's body blocking her tail a little bit, so we just gotta do a little bit of this. Nope, still same name. I mostly see at Cross's streams, only second time visiting yours. Yeah, Cross is a decently good buddy of mine, at the very least. I know I just don't actively show it at the end of the day because it is excessively hard to attend everybody's streams, especially when you work full time and then have to worry about managing your own stream as well as just everything you do in life anyways. There we go. That's a bit better. Let's get rid of all that on the sleeve. There we go. Yeah, I probably should discuss things with Cross a little bit more. It's always nice talking with him, and he has a relatively good bit of advice when it comes down to just Vroid shenaniganry and the like. It's not looking too bad. I just got to be careful about that zone. Otherwise, I'm going to leave that as light, and that's not a good thing. There we go. Add a nice bit of dark just on the tail here. I guess the one thing that would come to mind is how I'd want to try texturing this. Because if it's meant to be a doll anyways, things would have to be end up made out of cloth. So there would be a little bit of texturing on certain bits. Maybe not on like the uh God, what is that called? The dress, I guess, is the best way of explaining that. There wouldn't be as much on that just because for the fabric it's probably a lot smoother, but for the tail, that's probably going to be a little bit scratchier because it's meant to be a little bit fuzzy, right? At least the idea. Yep. Also, you can actually, no, you can't really because I'm body blocking it a little bit. But my sense of shading is a little bit weird. So I kind of just have stuff clipped onto the colors themselves. I'll worry about the lines a little bit later. For now, I kind of just want to get the base stuff done, and then I'll have to worry a little bit about, yeah, worry a little bit about just the lines to make it a little bit softer. Because there's nothing inherently wrong with pure black lines, but I feel like if it's for kin, I probably should try and follow some of their teachings and color the lines in a bit. I understand, though I don't stream myself. I kind of gave up on trying to actively visit all 40 streamers, working part-time for a company and doing freelance work whenever I can. Someone asks for help. uh, if only life wasn't such a gigantic pain in the butt and we were able to split our attention so many different directions at the end of the day, it would make things a lot easier for us and we wouldn't have to worry about nearly as many things. Pretty sure that's all in its own layer. This should be my white layer, so why don't we just do this before I forget too much about it. Do, do, do. we go. This can bleed over a little bit onto the socks for now. Oh, that's why you're being in pain. Okay. I was wondering for a second. I'm barely pressing at all. Thankfully, I did manage to actually get pen pressure working again, though. That's always a bit of a thorn in your side at the end of the day. Yep. Darker. Gotta make sure to keep under the skirt safe, because that's mildly what matters concerning Kin's a relatively wholesome streamer in the first place. Ooh. Probably should make you a little bigger. There we go. Yeah, it's not looking too bad. Probably risk doing that a little, because I'll need to be a little bit softer and everywhere else. Oh, oh, you stay small. Let's see here. Oh, forgot about that for a second. Don't need the silvering on Kin's stockings. Oh, way too dark. There we go. Now, a little lighter. Oh, that is way too much. There we go. Now, how do we do that side? Guess the main thing is just keeping it super dark on the edge here. Much better. I also probably should mention as well, since I know that most of the time I try to discuss every step I'm doing at the very least while I'm playing video games. But for art, I definitely have a bit of a hard time actually talking while I'm getting stuff done. But if there are any questions, you are free to ask them. Realistically, any question, even if it's not pertaining to how I'm arting, since I'm not exactly known as a teacher in this field. But let's see. I can at least try and explain my method operandi if anyone's curious. Too big. Would be fine. And I'll probably have to add in a shadow later underneath the doll, just to tie things up a little bit. Oh, hey, the wet side. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's treating you all right so far, but not butt buddy. Oh Jesus, that's a slip. Welcome, welcome, bot buddy. Hopefully the evening's running well for you so far. Yeah, we're just getting some art done. Since everyone's birthdays are coming up, I kind of need to get these done before next week, if at all possible. So, taking some time out of the regular gaming schedule to just kind of get these going. Right? Not that. There we go. Now I can see chat better. And a good Friday so far. Always great to hear. Hopefully, it continue to be a good Friday, just because you've still got, at least if you're on the Eastern Seaboard, a good 3 hours left or so. This can probably be toned down a little bit. Ah, that's a bit better. Now, sandal time? There's the end button. How dost shade sandal? Go. That. Yep. Go. Yeah, hopefully the tunes are at a relatively good volume for folks. If my audio is a little bit too loud, I can try to balance them out a little bit because we shouldn't be too far off at the end of the day. And this kind of stuff is what I try to listen to while I'm doing art at least, just because I find I end up falling asleep a little bit too easily at times while I'm doing some of the more monotonous tasks. So having pump up stuff like this does tend to help out a little bit. That. Yep. Although most of this will be pretty much lyricless, so at least it should be lyricless if I remember this sound or this radio well enough. Yep. Let's see. What else can I do with these sandals? Because the light is mostly coming at them, but I guess down here can also get a little bit. Since these are meant to be rounded at the very least. They're not just flat sandals as far as I can tell from Sachi's ref at least. That's fine actually. Good. Just gotta make sure there's a bit of a taper is all. There we go. Not too bad. Probably emphasize the sandals a bit though. Yep. Yeah, that should be fine. And considering we've gotten most of the clothing and such done up, let's see if I can figure out the lines. That's headlines. There's body lines. So, probably should do... That is the wrong button. My N key. There we go. Let's see here. You... A lot darker. Not quite as large. Also, I guess I was wrong. There are some lyrics in here. Oh well. Would this be a good time to redeem the robot sketch? Yeah, that would be fine. I'm gonna be working on this and the Jason doll for pretty much the entire weekend anyways, so I'm probably gonna have Clip Studio open for the next 3 days anyways. Yep. Like, that can be a little darker. Because I'm gonna need to use that up here too, aren't I?
Jude, can you draw me like one of your French toasters?
Okay. You want to do Solace then? Let me just finish the lining on this first, because I do have half an idea about what we want to do with a Solace bot. So let me just grab Kin's shirt and then the collar puffs, and then I can show you the rough idea I had at the very least about Solace bot. And I probably should get a set sizing for everything. Also, I don't want to put the gray coloration on that. There we go. That in. No, that's just Konosuba. I'm always half worried on Fridays when I get notifications on my phone that's just gonna end up being work, being like, "Hey Jude, can you do this thing for me that isn't part of your normal job, but it's a Friday, so we just need it done, please and thanks." There we go. Thankfully, that hasn't been a problem just yet, but with the amount of phone games I actually have on that thing, it does pop up occasionally. It does freak me out a wee bit. And I guess if I can talk about the random phone games I've been playing the past little bit while I'm just getting these lines cleaned up. There's been a game I've been following that finally actually released on mobile called Space Leaper Cocoon, I believe is the proper name for it. Interesting little auto chess game where pretty much every character is a waifu of some kind. Doesn't seem to have any male characters on it so far. Okay, yeah, that's working all right so far. All right, let's see here. So, what size parameters should I actually be setting for sketches? Hmm, it's a good question. Why don't we just make it a box for now? Because the thing I'm going to draw for Solace is going to be relatively square in the first place. Um, let's just do that by that. Up. Alrighty then. So, we're going to be working on Solace Spot 2.0. Depending on which, well, it's probably, there we go. Do. Really, you're not letting me do that from clipboard. It's rude. Um, Probably need to do it in Chrome because Chrome is the one Clip Studio actually likes. Doot, doot. Yeah, it has to be Chrome, of course. Doesn't like Internet Explorer very much. Hey there, Isa. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully evening's treating you alright so far. Now I'm going to assume that it's going to autofocus on the main window and you guys can't see the Solace ref at all. I'm pretty sure I'd have to do... Okay, that's how I do it. Noted. Alright, so, Solace spot. Solace is, of course, a wizard, so gotta make sure to properly treat people like a wizard. And what is Solace known for? Well, the answer to that is fire. Fire does tend to be your friend when you're a wizard in the first place, so, you know, do as you do. We're gonna start off relatively tame with this, and I'll just start with a box. And you'll kind of see where I end up going with it once I just get the box put together, because there's only one thing that comes to mind when we're thinking of Solace, and we're thinking of a machine that Solace can be in this universe. Let's just see how steady my hands are and see if I can draw a straight line today or not, because that's going to matter a little bit on this one. And at the very least, we can worry about a default Blender cube another day, because I can't model 3D worth shit, but I'll eventually figure it out. And no, we'll do it that way. Don't need the added perspective for now. Not right now, at the very least. I probably need you to be a bit bigger for this, since I'm drawing on a bigger canvas. Good. Alrighty then. So, we've got ourselves a nice, simple little cube. Because at the end of the day, something else that we can learn from wizards is that they're nerds. So, by nature, they have to be squares. And that will at least get us started on Solid Spot 1.0. Next is some added accessories that are going to be needed for what I'm thinking of. Because at the end of the day, what robots slash appliances produce fire, or have the potential to produce fire, depending on the abilities of the actual cook? And I'll have to figure out the colors and whatnot, because this is going to be a bit more of a sketch anyways. Admittedly, I did make a mild exception for Cedric, just because of the fact that it seemed more like a channel mascot kind of situation with it. But if you guys do want me to do like semi-more rendered things, we can try that, but that will take us a lot longer. So, next, we need a nice little door. So, let's draw this here as the little base for our top. There we go. Eraser, be smooth, please. There we go. And colors are probably going to change the form factor of that a little bit, but for now it's fine. Then just for emphasis, there are going to be hinges in that area, just so you know. Also need to make sure we've got a nice little window here, because wizards also like to explain themselves a little bit. Therefore, you can peek into everything they're interested in, because they usually lay it out in the open anyways. So there's the window into Solace's soul, as we all need at the end of the day. And yeah, the pop is definitely quite important. There. So, to add some detailing in, this might be a little fuzzy, because, I don't know, Solace, the door to your soul might be a wee bit dirty, so we might not see the exacts of this bit, but, you know, maybe not. Maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't. Really depends on how well you just want to show yourself to everyone at the end of the day. It's just all soot. Then let's say this is before your day, and we don't have to worry about it as much. There we go. Get a nice little rack in there. Um, let's see. Grab my eraser. Because there is technically one thing I forgot to do. Let's just clean this bit up, so that way I can actually account for it. Plus, all things considered, Zerwin does seem like he's a relatively tall guy at the end of the day, right? So I should probably make him a little bit lankier. Hmm, there we go. Relatively, about 5'11". Okay. Then yeah, I can get away with this. That's about the same size, isn't it? That's about 180. Yeah, roughly. 180 is usually about 6 feet, if I recall correctly, because I'm a little bit taller than that. So I usually have to see the sizings relatively often. There we go. Can't really have one of these without another secondary drawer down here, so let's just get that in. Because you need a place to keep all your tools or preheat stuff. Depends on how you actually use your oven. Because I know some people tend to use this as a preheat tray. Some people just keep their pans down there. Depends on what you're feeling like. We need to make sure that there is the applicable additions to any good appliance, as we've so learned, nowadays at least. Here we go. You know, like any good bot needs cat ears, right? That's the future nowadays. Just got to enjoy a little bit of that. Let's see. Solace's eyes are blue, aren't they? Alright, that should be fine. So then, next part. And considering your outfit, you have a lot of either dark blue trimming or gold trimming, depending on what parts we're looking at. Hmm. Why do they call it solace? When you soul ice, the cold food, soul out hot, eat the food. Solace is just a bundle of mysteries at the end of the day, isn't he? Because you'd expect with that color scheme to him be a fire mage, but nah, he's just. Hey, the Liz. Welcome, welcome. You'd expect with Solace at the very least that he'd be an ice mage, but nah, he's about as hot as they come. So let's see here. If I want to get the colors right on all this, I guess I should probably add something that most ovens don't necessarily have, but probably something Solace's should. So we'll put a little hook here. Let's just say this is installed on the side of the stove and you don't have it just completely hooked in between a bunch of cupboards, so that way you've got relatively good access to this. Let's see if I can actually color pick this properly from my eyes. Do, do, do. There we go. Gotta make sure to have your oven mitts at the end of the day, right? Also, I have no clue how you're actually supposed to render gold, so you'll just have to believe me when I'm actually adding those colors into this. There we go. We can actually get a little bit bigger on this one. There we go. And then just like what I can see on the coat at the very least, there's a lot of blues, there's a lot of golds, and then a lot of whites. So let's just say that the white parts of the glove are the actual heat-treated parts, because there are a lot of oven mitts nowadays that have that black heat-treated rubber at the tip of it, because some people can't handle having a ton of heat on their hands, which, fair, heat kind of hurts, so gotta do your best with that. There you go, oven mitt. That's kind of required. We will also need some eyes for Solace, so while mildly unconventional, I'm going to put those here. There we go. And here. And then I'll probably have to zoom into detail this a little bit, but oot. There we go. A little bit darker just to indicate where the knob is. Two. There we go. Have some settings for your burners. Obviously, since it's Solace, these are always at max. Oops. That's not a circle, Jude. Try again. Cute. There we go. Let's just fill in that little bit. There we go. So there's some eyes. They'll be your little heat dials. Got to make sure that everything is at least readily available. Although just to finalize that, I probably should make this dark like iris, or not like irises, like pupils on a regular human being. There we go. And the knobs themselves will be blue. And then with the oven being mostly white, except for some extra trimming I'll add on. That'll work out relatively well. There we go. That's a start. That gives us our eyes. Now we need to add some burners on here. And considering Solace is a wizard, I was tempted to give him the, like those futuristic oven tops now. Where's my circle drawing tool? That just have the... Oh, that's way too thick. This layer is going to be deleted anyways. But just those random circles that are on top of ovens right now, since we've got the wireless induction, I believe is the technology that's called for those. But since Solace is an old school wizard, that means we gotta go old school. Thanks, Solace. But we can also cheat a little bit, because I do need to add some accenting into this. So what we'll do, at the very least, is we'll get the general idea across, which I should probably just draw straight, and then I can just twist it into the way that I need it, because drawing this at an angle is going to be a gigantic pain in the ass. Yeah, man. Go. And I'm sure people do at least remember that ovens do have the old school spiral metal chunks that you can just take in and out to either clean or get in there, just so that way you can actually clean out any crumbs that falls in. Just for any other hazard removal, I guess is the best way of putting it. Also, I am losing the circularness of this, I'll be honest. But that's fine. We don't need to go too much further anyways. Alright, that works. Do. Let's see here. So, for burner number 1, get rid of that. There. There we go. I know how to use my Photoshop tools. And then just to fix the proper 3D-ness of it, that needs to go down. There we go. And then when you get one of these burners, you do need to add a little bit of a trim. So, actually, I don't need to do this in black, do I? Considering we're getting closer to the top of the coat, why don't we do it like this? Actually, that should go under. We'll keep the burner on its own layer, just that way it's on top of everything, but... Shoot. Get nice blue trim around this, just to indicate where the burner actually is. Also, I am really hoping I'm eyeballing these all right, Solace, because admittedly, I have a rough idea about what the color is. There we go. That should work as our little border for now. Then I should probably do about the same on the other bits. So, oh, not that. Make this one a little smaller. Maybe not that small. Oot. Oop. Then we'll do a similar thing here, but at the very least from my standards, usually speaking, these ones are a little bit smaller than this one in the upper left for some reason. I'm not sure why this one in particular is just larger, but so deems the kitchen gods. This one's just large for some reason. There. No, not that. It's the... There it is. That can go there. That's way too big. Get that underneath. Just to indicate that there is some depth down there. Oop. There we go. Now I just got to do basically the same thing to the other ones. So one for here, one for here. Then we just got to make it smaller to fit. Shoot. And then honestly, shoot. Then I believe I've got the blue here. So let's just be a little bit lazy with the sketch at least. There we go. And then I think you've got a general idea what I'm going for with this. I think it's mildly obvious, at least. Shoot. Yep. Try and get rid of all these stuff here. Here, here. This is exactly how I imagine Solace IRL. Well, you're probably not super far off, but we do also need to keep in mind that Solace is also a database programmer. But I'm not going to do that for this because I don't want to figure out a way to combine a server with an oven. That just sounds a little bit too outside my wheelhouse for the moment. Oh, there we go. All right. Something we could do, though, is we could have a digital display dashboard up here. Because if we've got this for... Because all things considered, this could honestly just be for the oven itself, the oven controls. We could have burner controls up here. If this was during the Pentium 4 days, I'd say it was just a server with a griddle heatsink. That actually just sounds like something you'd end up doing in college at the end of the day, isn't it? Oh, that's way too big. So let's see here. Oh, you go up. We can have a digital display here, at the very least, just to contradict everything, because Solace is somehow a mix of new and old. So, you can just fry an eggs on it. That was an actual case mod, you could fry eggs on it. I mean, that sounds helpful with how much computer tech people end up just being absolutely screwed over in their workplaces anyways. So at the very least, if they have a free oven and they're able to cook their own breakfast, I think that just kind of works. I think writing this out might actually be faster. So let's see here. We will need 4 buttons here, 1 for each burner. Oops. There we go. And then probably add this on another layer just to be safe. Here. Come on. There we go. That sounds about right. Guess that means I should probably change this one a little bit, shouldn't I? Or actually, that would be changing all of these, wouldn't it? So that goes together, that goes together, that goes together. That one goes together. Oh, don't need that one. Merge selected layers, try to keep transparency. There we go. And then if I'm feeling cheeky, we can do that, that. Ooch. something like that. But again, but make it yellow. There we go. I'd say those are on. Probably should get a general background on the oven, just that way you can see everything that's going on in case I'm missing anything. Why do I keep hitting that button? Stop that. There we go. And this will go behind everything. And actually, no, I can just do this freehand for now. Shoot. There we go. White is one of the prominent outside colors, and it is a fairly prominent color while you are working on most kitchen appliances anyways. Hey, the Nano. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening's treating you alright so far. Solace was the first person to redeem Make Me a Robot, so we're kind of just working on that at the moment. But how are things on your side? Yep. And actually, looking at it, your coat's not really just pure white, is it? There's a slight blue tinge to that. That's fine, I can color change this later. But I'll have to keep that in mind. It finally stopped raining. Is that actually a problem, Nano? Because all things considered, I know of too many people who actively want rain, if only because of the heat being ridiculous. Here... No. That should be fine. I was forced to go out and touch grass. I mean, I've heard of worse, but I'd assume with it raining, that probably does make it a little bit harder to deal with, doesn't it? There we go. And we'll just line the glove with white, just that way it sticks out a little bit. Oot. Take all of that out. Make that a... Make all inside of the oven the darker blue. Because there's no way in hell that would be a pristine white with the way Solace ends up cooking. Go back. Alright, what else can we do to this? So, something I have seen in the past is that you can add some trimming to the edge of your oven as well as this. So, give me a slightly larger brush. Let's add some decorating colors to all of this. Since Solace is known for being very blue, but not just one shade of blue. Not quite 50 shades of blue either, otherwise I'm sure you'd have quite the literature on your hands, Solace, but may as well just make this entire outside bit blue, just to make it stick out a little bit more. Oops. Those knob look like two terrified eyes. Solace has seen enough. Seven has seen enough. That is kind of the idea at the end of the day. Because, I mean, if you can see the temperature gauge here for his burners, they're kind of just said yes. So he is mildly terrified of what's going to happen when someone actually tries putting something on there. It's not going to end well. I'll at least say that much. Although I do need to add some gold accenting in here as well. Why don't we do this? We'll get the blue accenting out first, because blue is kind of the main bit that we need to think about. Gold is there, but it's not as prominent. Up. I guess looking at it, your shirt's actually two-toned, isn't it? Oop. Do that. And just clean that up a little bit. So we got to get the kitty ears in first. Because cats are important. We've got the dark blue trim in regards to the cloak and all of that. Shoot. We can have these stick out a little bit, just because those are kind of important buttons, and would technically count towards trimming, in a sense. There we go. But also as an option, oh, I don't have flipping on there. Could also make those kitty ears nice and gold. Because what kind of a cat would you be if you don't get your ears gilded over? Right? You're trying to be the fanciest one on the block. How fancy can you be if you don't gild your ears in front of the other cats? What if you put the freezer that can cool everything into the oven that can burn anything? We may end up breaking the planet at the end of the day. Because one of those forces is going to have to win out after a while. And to do that, we're going to have to break a few things. There we go. Do need to add a little bit more gold accenting in, though. So let's see here. The outside of the coat is primarily white. So how about we do this? Where is that? There we go. Then the lighter one. That's definitely not what I was trying to color grab. There we go. There we go. That works. Too small. Those can have... That'd be smart. This way. The handles can have gold trim on the edges, as if they were like a coat. And then so that they stick out a little bit more. they can be a proper, maybe not that dark of a gray, but we need just a white to offset slightly from your coat's blue, just so that way these handles stick out enough that they'd be noticeable to anyone attempting to use you as an oven. Because the last thing we'd want is for someone to burn something while in operation of you, right, Solace? Alright, what else can I do here? Considering the way your coat works, I probably should add some more detailing to this entire area. And I'd like to figure out a way to get your ascot in here, but that's a little bit harder to include at the end of the day. Up. There we go. Although I guess the ascot could technically be along the same lines as the oven mitt, couldn't it? So I could try and do something with that. But what we can do instead is a little bit of this to imply your shoulder pads. Oops. There we go. I'll clean up the white that I'm covering over in a second and all of that. This is a bigger detail, so it's easier to just kind of paint in. Here, white. Oops. And then at the end of it all, a bunch of useless gold slash copper trimming because an oven definitely needs to have a bit of that to look fancy at the end of the day. Then they can look to its peers and be like, hey, I'm trying to be fancy here. You mind stepping off? I gotta go to the library. There we go. Actually, to make this a little bit cleaner, why don't we do this down here? A little bit too big. We'll do the darker color down here instead. And then our oven can be two-toned. Or our oven door can be two-toned. Just so that way we're actually matching the colors in the right place. Up. And that's already the right color. So then just gotta do that. There we go. That's looking a little bit more on brand for you. Here. Now, is there anything more I can add to that? Probably this, and I'll just change the text color, because that being blank is a little bit weird. Uh, let's see here. Small brush, too small. Yep. That'll make this look a little better for the yes portion. There we go. Yeah, that pops it a bit better. All right, I'm fine with that. And then only other thing I can think of is that we kind of need an up and down arrow somewhere, just so that way you can set your temperatures. So, oh, way too big. Why don't we just set two more over here for the implication of glasses? Four burners, but only two knobs. So how it works for this oven, Nano, is that these four are actually for the burners, and then these two will be for the temperature up and down. The two knobs are for the oven bit of it. And only put an up button. That is tempting, actually. Can I do that? I might be able to do that. There we go. Gives the implication of happy eyes as well if the knobs aren't inherently obvious what that is. Shoot. Hot and hotter, exactly. Because when you're dealing with Solace, all you really got to worry about is the fact that things are going to be at least warm by the time you get a hold of it. There we go. There. So if these knobs, where's my mouse at? If these knobs aren't obvious for eyes, then you've got your substitute right there, because then it looks like a nice little happy face. Oops. Let's see. Is there anything else that one can do? I guess technically, oops, do a bit of this here. What kind of energy is this oven running on? This oven's running on the energy of magic. Because wizards are bullshit and can just pull magic out of their ass. Oh. Well, that song changed on a dime. That's a bit odd. There we go. And then I think the only thing I need to add now, oops, is this little bit. Because there is some gold trim on Solace's coat in between the two-tone colors to denote the two sides of the shirt. There we go. I don't think that's too much, but that should work relatively okay. Where's that burner? There we go. Don't worry, that gold trim gives me problems too. The gold trim is definitely a little bit finicky, but it's not the hardest thing to work in. You kind of just need to see where you can get it in. Am I on the right thing? Kind of just got to see where you can fit it in, because it's good, so that way it kind of denotes you as kind of a royal wizard of some kind. There we go. And then we may as well do it on this one as well, since there's enough gold trim that it's obvious that it's there, but it doesn't stick out at you too hard. There we go. Cat solace as an oven. The eyes aren't quite as obvious as I had on Cedric, but should also add in a little bit of lining around that glove now that I'm looking at it. Just so that way you can actually see it. Because having blue outlines on blue makes that a little bit hard to actually tell where everything is on that. Oops. There we go. That's better. And I haven't saved the entire time. I probably should get better at that. Where's my sketch folder? Soul. Oops. Soul. Why can I not hit the O key? Soul oven. There we go. The inside of the oven looks promising. Well, the inside of the oven is at least not on yet, because at least when it comes down to what I imagine for Solace is the most obvious point is on fire first. The other half is just kind of just waiting to catch fire. And usually speaking, when people leave, they notice the oven. They don't notice the burners. Up. I thought there was black smoke in there. I mean, that works too. Is that something I should actually add to those burners? No, the burners wouldn't be smoking yet. They're hot enough that anything will catch fire if it touches it, or it'll melt the pot, but it's hot enough for now. Let's see here. Music share, general chatter. Now, I have a channel for the doodles, don't I? I do. Where is my sketch folder? Because all of my open things always change up where anything sits. There it is. Soul oven. That works. There you go, Solace. You are now an oven. Hopefully you enjoy being that because you do not have any other say in the matter. Now, where was I on the Sachi doll? I'll need to revise my OC before redeeming this. Oh, well, do keep in mind that I am going to be kind of screwing around. Oh, I'll be screwing around a lot with it anyways, Nano. So even if you have just a general concept, I can add in extra details as needed. Oh, oops. Headset almost came out for where the music's coming from. There we go. All right then. So, back to Kindle. I believe what we were working on is adding some color to the lines just to make that a little bit easier, to kind of give it that nice softer look. So why don't we do something like this, where the lines are a little softer if it's in a light source, and then darker if it's not. Might be a little overkill, but that's alright. I'm still not a master artist, but I'm doing my damnedest. There we go. Grab that, put that up to here. There we go. Make these sandals pop a little bit. Yeah, that kind of works. Does make it a little bit more intense, but I think that works for how I usually just color and shade crap anyways. Let's see here. I probably should make sure to add... Yeah. Need to make sure to add a little bit of this to under the belt. And underneath these pom-poms a little bit. Because I'm sure Sachi has this tight enough that it'd be painfully obvious, but we will just take it... Oh, that's way too big. It's still way too big. There we go. Still obvious is a bit of shading there. Won't be super intense or anything, but it's a belt, so there's a bit. That's way too big. There you go. Yeah. So it's not painfully obvious that there's a little bit of shading there, but there's just a slight bit. So that way, if you're looking closely enough, there's some depth. That works. And I should also do the same to here. Won't require a ton, but this is still technically within the shaded area. Let's see, is there anything more about the coat that I want to change? I don't think so. So why don't we do this then? I also have a very unoptimized actual art setup for this, so if I have to readjust things from time to time, don't mind me. That's actually about the same color as it, so that's a no. Need to go a wee bit darker than that. There we go. That's a bit better. We don't gotta worry about that for a lot of stuff, thankfully, but is still out there. Gotta pay a little bit of attention. Go back up. And then I'm at least hoping tonight that I'll be able to finish the kin one. Because I do need to do a Jason one as well. And Jason has a few more details than Sachi does, so that one might actually take me a bit longer. But we'll see. And you can actually be a bit bigger. Jason's hat is a pain. It honestly is, but that's not the worst thing in the world. It's definitely one of the hardest parts of Jason's design, but you can kind of get away with a few things with it, especially when you're trying to chibify it a little bit. Sure. We'll just fix the lines on the hair when we get back to the hair. There we go. And then as far as I can tell, the sleeves on Sachi are poofier than the brown coating in the middle. So this is fair enough game. Here. Little darker. Give that a nice chocolate coating. There we go. That's not too bad considering I haven't fully drawn anything in a while. So this is coming out a lot better than I was hoping. And I'm glad for that. I need to actually draw more anyways, because otherwise I'm just going to lose my ability to do this with how bad my memory is. There we go. That. But that's fine. Over time, you just got to practice your stuff. Make sure that you don't forget how you did your stuff. And just kind of optimize everything to work for you at the end of the day, right? God, Friday night, you are being awfully rude with so many notifications. I'll play my phone games after stream. You don't gotta worry about that. Yep. And I think that's most of those lines done. Yeah. Should be, well, the belt. Belt. It's probably a little bit too dark. There we go. That's a bit better. Give that a nice chocolate coating too. Because Sachi is the sweetest, or at least one of the sweetest Tanukis I know. Apparently Tanukis are just kind of nice by default, even though they seem to be trickster deities, because every Tanuki I end up seeing on Twitch is either supremely wholesome or keeps any of their yabai status to not their actual streams. There we go. Now can I get that? Yes, while screwing with everything else. So, Mm, I probably won't go super hard on shading this. Ooh, pixel art? This isn't exactly pixel art. No, just I have it being a little bit small, because what is the canvas size on this? Yeah, I've got this at about like 380 by 380 roughly. So it's not proper pixel art, but it's small enough. Yeah, when I zoom in, it's pixel art. Because this is it at 100%, so it is relatively small, but it's not like pixel art, if that makes sense. Also, I should stand up. It's been a hot minute. Let's just zoom in on that a little bit, just that way it actually fills the screen up. Ow. Oh boy, please take care of yourself all. There we go. Oh, it really zoomed me out there. I'm surprised it actually caught me up here. All right, that should be fine. We good, camera? Okay, we're good. Ow. All right then. So next should probably be the shirt. That won't have a ton to it, but let's see here. So get my layered thing back out. I really gotta undo that binding. Doot. Let's see. Headphones. Considering this is under a lot, this part might be heavily shaded. And considering it's a weird-ish wrapped shirt, which is the best way I can explain that at least, this one might be a little intense, but not for super rough reasoning, at least. There we go. Yep. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Um, VTubes Plus, are you good? The hell happened there? No throwing stuff for me on Friday night? That's fine. You guys are allowed to throw stuff at me. It's not like it'll actually hurt. But thank you for the coolant. I wasn't actually paying attention. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with that. It's possible that VTuber Plus updated and it somehow changed some of the parameters. Which, if it did, that sucks because that looks really ugly now. Let's just see if that was a freak accident. Um. Oh, no, I gotta wait a minute too. I kind of wish I could proc my stuff outside of my own redeems, but okay. That's fine. Yep. Get the basic bit done. Even I have to follow the rule. Yeah, sadly, if you do stream, you are bound by your own time restrictions on things. It's a little annoying, realistically, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Because it does kind of just mean you can't spam your own commands, which kind of good thing, bad thing, I'd say at the end of the day. Should make that a little bigger. There we go. Bit better. So why does that feel like I'm drawing on the line layer? I probably just have the same color that I have the line art. I guess I should probably make that a little bit darker. Nope, not that way. Doot. That back on, make this a lot darker. Also, that feels loud. Apparently someone wanted to add some rock to the synthwave playlist. Can you guys still hear me okay? Or should I turn it down a smidge? Doot. That's alright. You can still hear me okay? Alright. It just kind of switched into metal for some reason, so I was a little bit surprised is all. Sounds fine with compressor and without for me? Okay. Well, I'm glad the audio balancing is at least being nice. Let's see here. I guess the only part on the body that really needs it now will be the skin for the shoulders. So let's see here. This won't require a ton either, to be completely honest with you, but having a little doesn't hurt. Might I ask what mic you're using? It sounds good. I'm using a... Actually, it's been a while, I don't remember. Let's see if I can muscle memory my way back to it. Do... I can. Well, son of a bitch. Um, do. What can I link? I guess they've updated the mics since I've got them at least, but not by a ton. But I'm using one of these. They've kind of just changed the names since I've gotten mine, though, because I've had this mic for a while. Dude. Back to here. Yeah, I can just get away with that and kind of staple it to one of my headsets that I feel the most comfortable listening to things on. There we go. That. Here. There we go. A little more. Yeah, I think that's alright for the general flow that we have going right now. Probably should add two. A little bit more to the back here, though. Just so that way we can follow the conventions that we started with. Yep. Same thing there. think that works. Tired of all this extra fluff. Guess I should probably do the back of that as well when I'm thinking about it. Where's my white layer? Hmm. There it is. Give me that. That. Go. Then we don't gotta worry much about Sachi's head with this one. Just gotta worry about the hair, which I will erase once I am done blending everything into a proper shadow for that. Yep. And then to get around the nonsense that I'm doing, oh, wrong brush. Doot. Big. You somehow got unsmudged during that. Not 100% certain how that happened. I cannot get a consistent zoom point. I really need to work on that. Yeah, that works okay. Yes, we'll do the same over here. There. Considering it's supposed to be fluff anyways, it's not going to be the most shaded thing possible. Alright, let's see here. Now I just need to color the lines. I'm going to have to figure out what I actually want to do with that. Probably want it a little darker. There we go. So it's not super obvious, but it is at least there. And I think that covers for us on most of the body, so I guess let's just do these tights. Then we're good. Then we can move on to the head. And that shouldn't take us the rest of the night, so I think we're making relatively good time. Not that. Make you a little bigger. You. You. And can probably put a slightly lighter bit. Let's see. Oh, Jesus, no. That's not what I wanted. Please go back to 100, friend. Yeah, it's not awful. I've done worse. Now, I believe I put the tail on its own layer as well, right? There it is. How much do we want to do with the tail? Because that's the real question. You know, put a little bit of a harsher mix on there at the very least. And then why don't we do my hair shading trick and my grass drawing trick on Sachi's tail? Because that's probably meant to be one of the fluffier things in existence. Should work. Clean up the rest of it though, because we don't need you infecting the rest of the doll tail shading. There we go. So, yeah. Yeah, that works. I probably should fix that a little bit. That only works when we're getting to super small details. But besides that, that's not what I want. There we go. Then just a little bit of this. Also, this is oddly heavy music, considering we're just trying to draw a Tanuki doll, isn't it? I hope the dichotomy is actually working for people, because that wasn't my full intention, but I do find it a little bit funny nonetheless. I'm trying to draw something relatively cute, while it sounds like the stormtroopers are coming in to murder the younglings. I'm not even on the Dark Synth channel either, that's kind of the weird part. Probably should add some to... What's the order of operation here? Yes. Oh, oh, too far down. Yeah. Then I can probably get away with a little bit of this. Hmm. It's gonna take me ages to just figure out this tail, I feel. Sachi's tail is one of the things that has changed just a lot over the time that I've known them, so I'm not 100% certain on how I'd want to draw it either. But that seems okay. There's a bit of shading for the tail. It just looks a bit awkward because I've got the shading on top of the two-tone transition on it. That should be fine. Alright then. So if we're gonna start with the head then, how do we want to go about that? Up. Do we want to work on the face and just go outward from there? Probably, yeah. Oops. Apparently the hair is on this bottom layer. Guess I should do the hair then. The recent change was to make it more raccoon dog and less raccoon. I suppose that's fair. We kind of do want to make sure that people know that Sachi is a Tanuki at the end of the day, instead of just a flat raccoon. No. I think I might need to take a full proper stretch. So why don't I just take a break for 5 minutes or so? Then we'll come back and see about finishing this up. Then I'll have at the very least, I'll have the weekend to do Jason, if not starting him tonight, because that would be appreciated if I could. We'll have to see how the Sachi doll actually comes along, because I like doing crystal eyes where I can. But I'll be right back.
Take a break. I'm on my way. There's a little surprise before supper and it cannot wait.
Okay, then. Hello. At least I think. I'm assuming my CC thing is still broken. Yeah, of course, closed captioning is still broken. Why do you keep breaking on me, buddy? Let's see. I might have to just dig into it deeper one of these days to see why the closed captioning keeps breaking, but oh well, not much I can do about that. But hi again. Hopefully things are running alright on your side. And hopefully you're able to grab a little bit of a stretch break, just because I know that can be a little bit awkward to do at times. Also realize that Sachi's pigtails I ended up putting on a separate layer, so I'm going to need to do that first. Let's see if I can remember how I was planning on doing this hair. It has been a hot minute. Uh, Oh, nice, a pie. A pie and a die. Very nice. Thank you, Yuzo, for the pie and the die. Pie wasn't even in the face either. You're being extra nice. But thank ya, thank ya. And hopefully everyone is able to take care of themselves tonight, because Friday night is a good time to just kinda not hurt yourself, is the best way I can put that. Make that a little bit darker, shouldn't I? There we go. Go. Guess I should probably try and figure out how I want to do those blonde streaks that Sachi has in her hair. Is that one I'm not 100% sure on how to fix. Yeah, that's fine. Now, does that work from... Hmm. Hmm. I'm not sure if that works, actually. I thought it does, actually. I guess I was just drawing it a little bit too harsh. Let's just replicate that over here, then. There we go. Now, go back to the brown version of all that. Yep. Also, hopefully everyone has been made aware of the fact that there's a fun little cat game out nowadays. I believe it's called Stray, right? That's a game I have been a little bit curious about, and I do plan on playing that on stream eventually. But we've got a few too many things as is planned. So when I am able to get the time for it, we'll have Stray on the docket, but for now, it's gonna have to sit in the ever so dangerous backlog corner. It's apparently doing well. I can imagine. I think a lot of people were just kind of excited about Stray just because the concept behind it was kind of fun. Hit #1 on stream beating Elden Ring. Huh. That's pretty good for a launch week then. That's for sure. Or I guess launch day, rather. So congrats to them. They kind of do deserve it. I'm pretty sure Stray has been in some kind of production for a while. At the very least in the back end of things. So it's good to hear. They deserve the love, and hopefully they can have more, uh, I guess, cyberpunk cat games to entertain everyone. Yep. I completely forgot about Pier. That's fine. Go. Please make that darker pen. Yep. Much better. I guess then, to those of you who do know of the game, have you seen anybody play it yet? Just because I know with the general idea of the game, you are trying your best to do survive as a cat in a semi-futuristic world, right? I don't 100% know the general idea behind the plot of that game. And it'll be fun to find out, but not yet? Okay. I'm assuming that is one you want to actually try and play for yourself, right, Solace? That's a bit better. All I see in the game is the video for the Jason mod. The Jason mod is honestly a good addition, just unintentionally for against our Jason. There we go. That's a bit better. I've only seen a couple people play on Twitch, only a few minutes though. I'd say that's fair what side. Because I feel like that's going to be a game that a lot of people are going to be end up playing anyways. So it's going to get more than enough coverage, especially with what Solace said with them getting #1 on Steam for the moment, which it's deserved. It's definitely interesting to see that it's beating out the current sales of Elden Ring at least, but a little darker going into here. Well, definitely interesting if it's beating Elden Ring sales, but Elden Ring was going to hit its drop-off point eventually, so I'm not super surprised, but it is neat to see all the less. That brown up top might be a little bit too saturated for there. Let's try going over a little bit, buddy. There we go. That's a bit better. Also, find it mildly funny that I went to go check my Twitter since there were a couple extra notifications more than what I was expecting. Apparently, even if you just put art in the Twitter post you're making, you will also get the GFX please buy me bots to try and follow you. So that's always interesting. Cute. Get all of you back to the gray. Okay, perfect. Now I just need to put this line color over here. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, there's some dimension to the hair at least. That works out okay. Now, anything else on the body I want to do before we just do the head? I don't think so. Because I don't need to add a ton of light with how I'm doing the shades. So, that's okay. Alright. So, body seems good. Let me actually just name that folder at least. Body. Cool. Now, what order do we want to do the head? Might actually be smart to do the leaf first, huh? It's kind of on its own layer right now. Let's see. How fancy do I want to make this leaf? Because we could do something a little bit cheeky. And do something like this. And then just kind of work off of that. Because there is a lot you can do at the end of the day when it comes to just random leaf structures. That might be a bit too much. Actually, I just need darker because that's barely showing. Here we go. Now, how slow can we go on this? Yep. I feel like if you just look at certain plants long enough, you do kind of come to realize that the stems end up being kind of veins for the plant. So they end up having this weird, just kind of darker shading because they lift up the edges of the plant enough that it becomes mildly obvious that there's some edging in that respect. Let's just line that up with the rest of it too. There's a bit of just additional edging on the leaf, if only to show off where the rest of the veins end up going. But it's not something you pay attention to unless you're around them a lot. Is that too realistic? No, I'm probably a little bit off on that. I think what else you would need to do... There you go. Yeah, that's what you need to do. A smaller bit. Make that back. It's a vein that has a lot to it, I think is a better way of putting it. Brush density was low. That's what was going on. There we go. There's the raised bit to that stem. There we go. And then besides that, I think the general idea is just to have a little bit of added veinage going down it. And I think the rough story that's going to happen with this is that we have the Sachi doll, but because the leaf is sacred and no one's allowed to touch it in the first place, a random leaf just kind of flew out of nowhere and landed on this, just so that way it could be christened as an official Sachi doll. Because sometimes you just want to go a little bit hard on detailing, and for some reason a leaf is what I'm going to be putting most of my effort into for this. I'm not 100% certain why, but nothing inherently wrong with it. Probably get a little bit more down here. Let's see. This will be seen at this size roughly. Considering we're also going to need to be coloring the leaf's lines, let's just do that as well, just to make this a little bit easier to figure out. So let's see here. That might be a little bit too close. Yeah, I think that's a little bit too close to the lining. That needs to be a little, just a smidge darker. There. That's not too bad. Something else I could probably do, just to not make it look like it's made of flesh, is I could add small speckling of different green textures on top of the leaf itself. So let's see here. That's our base green. Let's add a little bit of this. Yep. Actually, no, that one will be our smidge darker section. Yep. Bit nicer. I do kind of like the idea of just a random leaf falls on top of this doll to make it work, and that's why it looks so out of place. I think I'm fine with that. And then let's do the stem a bit darker. Yep. Get rid of that. That works. Cool. Leaf's easy enough, at least. It only required 2 layers. That's not too bad. Alright, let's see about the eyes. Because if these are going to basically just be doll eyes, oops, then we'll need to get a little bit creative on how we actually want to shade these. Brush density down, brush size a lot smaller. We're working on a very small target right now. This is mostly just to get a rough layout of where I want everything to go, in terms of the eyes direction at least. So let's see here. Get that going around there. That going around here. There we go. General bit of shade on that. Now if we want to make it a little bit crystally and fancier, that. Hmm. That almost works. My harsh lines at the end there are not needed. So, aside from that, we can add... There we go. That's a bit better. Little bit bug-eyed, but that's honestly the idea, because they're more meant to just be kind of flat green plastic bits compared to actual eyes, which is roughly what I'm going for. At least I don't think I'm trying to talk out my ass with this one. I think. Yeah, that should be fine. Then as per the norm, we just need to change the line color. Doot. Let's see here. So, base green. Go a few shades darker. Maybe that's too dark. Or do I have the eyes lined somewhere else? I have the eyes lined somewhere else. There we go. I was wondering for a second, it's like, why isn't that working? I forgot I put the eyes lines on a separate layer, just so that way they wouldn't get too far out of the way. Up. There we go. Nice green plastic bits. And where's this ping from? I guess someone else is streaming. That's fine. Up. All right. Almost there. Just gotta do the face and the hair and the ears. And then all the lines, and then this is done. I can have that ready for Kin's birthday, which I believe you said was Saturday, right, Solace? Or the Saturday, rather? Let's see here. July 30? Okay. So the day after mine, then. I'll have to make sure I remember that going forward. That's far too much. It's too bad I can't lead the 12-hour stream into a Sachi raid. That'd be nice, but maybe we can run into Sachi at another point in the day. That's not good enough. Yep. Could also try to add a little bit brighter bit in. That'll probably make putting it all together a little bit easier. Jude comfy plus a day equals Sachi comfy. Basically, yeah. I do find it a little bit funny that Jason's on the 28th, I'm on the 29th, and then Kin's on the 30th. We just need someone who's on the 31st, and then we've got an entire pile of people to just worry about birthday gifts and all of that nonsense at the same time of the year. Huge. Probably will this. Just so that way it's not too much. There we go. And the eraser. Just to clean all that up everywhere else. Too much. Oh. No wonder it's taking me a while and I'm not able to do that by eye. I don't have my brush density all the way up. Shoot. Get rid of all of that. We will have to do Sachi's yellow hair a little bit weirdly, but that's fine. We'll figure it out. A little bit there. There we go. Just a little bit on there. Sachi's face would technically be getting the light in this shot, so that's okay. That is the right layer. Oh, I'm on the eraser, that's why, you dingus. There. There we go. Sachi's looking like a happy little puppet. Alright, now the hard part. Figuring out the last chunk of Sachi's hair, the yellow bit, and the ears. How does Sachi do her ears normally? Or how does Kin do Sachi's ears normally? They are just kind of smooth, aren't they? Hmm. Yeah, that's okay. And then most of Kin's hair is tied back because of the twin tails. Yeah, makes sense. Alright. So, why don't we do this first, just because that is the easiest part. Smooth and slightly pointed when it's an illustration, but round when it's a doodle. Yeah, that's kind of the fun part when it comes down to it. I think because this is half and half, I did like kind of rounded. I did partially rounded, but mostly sharp. So in order to shade this, then I'll need to do something along these lines to give a bit of depth to the ear. A little bit lighter. Here. That's probably enough. I'll just add some extra dark bits up here. Oh, was my closed captioning working? Huh. Okay, I'm not sure why that started working halfway through. Maybe there's a key command I'm hitting that just automatically turns it off at some point. I'm really not sure what's going on with that. Closed captioning, I'm trying to be nice to our audibly impaired audience. It'd be nice if you were consistent. Yeah, it wasn't working earlier, but I'm noticing it's going now. Or at the very least, it's recording in OBS now. I'm not sure if it's actively displaying on the stream now. A little smaller, buddy. Gotta put all that back. There we go. It is working now. I swear. Like, I get that I'm a robot and all, but, like, technology is just effed. Why do we trust in it half the time? Because it never works when we actually need it to. Doot. Here. Alright, let's try and emulate that on the other ear as well. So, first things first, general soft coating. That covers a majority of the ear. Yep. It's fun to think that the inner workings of a computer is an electronic analog to millions of punch card machines. You're not wrong, and that's kind of the scary part when you end up thinking about it. Because we ended up kind of just coming from punch cards to whatever the hell we have going on now, which is definitely not the easiest bit of quantum mechanics to explain, but humans figured it out at the end of the day. That should be okay. Alright, the ears. How does I do the ears? Because those are a very, very small platform. Um, Hello, darkness, my old friend. I think what's mostly going to end up happening is when I color the lines, that will sync the actual shading on these, but I can't do a ton because Kin's ears are very thin. Not quite like Mousie's. Mousie's are giant, but... Alright, let's see here. Why don't we test that theory a little bit? So, grab that, make it dark but not black. And then a little bigger. That actually just about matches the shading. So that'll work on the inner ear, but on the outer ear, I'm probably going to need something a little darker. Which is basically just going to be black anyways. I cannot win with you, can I? Hey, the JSE. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the evening is treating you alright. And you don't have to worry about too much for the moment, at least. We're just getting some art done, because friends' birthdays are coming up, and I don't have the time to do this fully over the weekend, at least. But how are things on your side? Hopefully surviving through the heat. Let's see, where's 100? 100% should work relatively okay. Let me just do Sachi's hair as well while we're on the line layer, just to make that a little bit quicker on ourselves. Yep. Because we won't need to do too much to Sachi's bangs at the very least, but it does still require a small touch-up. And I'll be very glad to be done the tablet section of tonight because my fingers are starting to hurt. Yep. Not too bad. The heat isn't too bad for me. All I'm worrying about now is getting ready for an overnight trip tomorrow to see some wrestling. Should be relatively entertaining then. Hopefully you have some fun with your wrestling. And people don't try and ruin it for you. That should work. Sachi's top head is supposed to be relatively light anyways. Yep. just do all that. Much better. I guess if you're going to see some wrestling, is it some like proper WWE level or more along the lines of like indies, I guess is the best way of putting it? With the type of people organizing and performing in the event, anyone trying to ruin it for me would be ruining it for others. Yeah, okay. That's fair enough then. Now, I haven't really been to any live wrestling things, but I used to watch it a little bit when I was a bit more of a toaster. Oy. So I had the expectation shot for me relatively early on. But that's alright. Let's see here. That dark, go over to here. Independent, stopped watching corporate years ago. That kind of sounds like how a lot of people ended up dealing with, with VTubers in all honesty. 'Cause I'd imagine a lot of people kind of wanted to stick to the indies just to see and support them a little bit, since the corporate ones are fun to watch, but they're more fun to watch in terms of like background instead of the foreground, if that makes sense. So it's good to have the 4-hour streams on there, if only for background noise. Yeah, probably should just do both sides, just so that way we're not getting super lost later once I get the darker crap out. Yep, yep. I got into indie wrestling last year on a whim when Steph Sterling was wrestling an event called Polyam Cult Party 3. Polyam Cult Party 3. Okay, I am reading that right. It was great. Well, the name definitely makes it sound fairly interesting. And I'm assuming that that would be their Twitch icons then. Or emotes, rather. Is that something that would be streamed on Twitch, actually, now I'm thinking about it? Because what would that fall under? Just sports? Scared of all that. Yep, and yep. Okay. I didn't actually think people would stream indie wrestling on Twitch, but I guess Twitch is here for all kinds of entertainment, so if there are going to be people here watching others sleep, I can imagine there would be a relatively good wrestling audience. I'm assuming it's not something that they can do super often, though. One more. If only because of things like, well, I guess COVID wouldn't intentionally stop wrestling, but it does definitely make it a little bit harder if the wrestlers start getting ill. Go. Make that a little darker. And we can. A little bit of broader strokes. Let's see. The promotions I watch or go to tend not to be more frequent than monthly. Okay. If it's monthly, then that should coincide relatively well with most of the health restrictions that are in place. That's good. And good on them for actually keeping things going. because I know when it comes to the more visual sports, those can be a little bit harder to keep up, especially for longer periods of time without a little bit of extra backing. Ew. I'm remembering how I shade hair now. Ah, it's definitely odd seeing the Discord link go off, to be honest with you. I don't think it's set too high, so it shouldn't be too bothersome on a chat end at least. But it's definitely something I don't always get to see come up, so I think that's a good thing because it means there are some folks chatting, which is something I need to work on a little bit. Because it's all nice and dandy that people come by to stop by to come and see what's going on, but I definitely need to garner a little bit more chatter among the audience. That should be okay for the brown. Let's just add a few light marks since it's hair. Let's see, tomorrow's event is called MV's Young Backyard Barbecue. Okay. He's the one that organized the Polyam events, and the Polyam events yeah, were made to elevate queer and marginalized independent wrestlers that often get looked over by bigger promotions. Well, I mean, it's definitely good to support a cause at the end of the day, so very good on them for actually getting that into a little bit more of an open light. Yep. Then a little more. That might be a little too much, but I could also just add that at the bottom, just so that way it's consistent. Body. Let's give Sachi silky smooth hair. Let's see. Same for every wrestling, which I've been to before. Their tagline is wrestling for everyone. Okay. And MV Young is streaming tomorrow's event on his Twitch. Enjoy wrestling events are all on their YouTube channel. Okay. Well, it's always good to just kind of cross promote your Twitch channel in the first place. So good on them for kicking all of their VODs over there. Go. Add a little bit of light. Not sure why I didn't do this to the hair before. Oh, that's way too hard. There. And go here. Much better. Also, Arknight's button Solace. It is getting mildly late, so it's good to burn that before you go to bed if possible. There we go. I think that lines up relatively well. And then clarification. Enjoy Wrestling is the name of a promotion and has their previous events on YouTube. MV Young is not running the company. Oh, okay. Though he does wrestle at their events. Okay, that makes sense. Then very good on Enjoy Wrestling on getting everything onto the YouTube. Because I know that can be a little bit harder. That's the right layer. Okay. There. 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 Okay. MV Young, the Polyam King. That's a very good wrestler tag name, to be completely honest with you. So I'm glad he's able to, well, that might be a little bit, actually, just to double check. Do they go by he, him, or am I getting the implied gender wrong on MV Young? Because if we're talking about inclusivity, I probably should make sure. And you'll see me on seasons 3, 4, and 5 of their shows. I'm on the hard cam. Ooh, very nice. MV Young is very he, him. Okay. It's just worth checking. Because if it's not painfully obvious, at least, jumping onto Twitch was my first interaction with the trans community. So, I'm still kind of trying to keep things fresh in my mind. Now, let's see here. How can I do the same type of shading that I do on Sachi's bright yellow hair? I guess just saturation is going to be key here, isn't it? Hardness up, brush size down. Then down to here. But I guess that is kind of the fun part of Twitch at the end of the day, isn't it? You're kind of just here to learn about pretty much the rest of the world, because Twitch in and of itself is a bit of melting pot of cultures, kind of like the general description of Canada ends up being, which isn't always true. Most of the time it is, when you're in the big cities at least, but it's not always true on the smaller side of things. That should be okay. There we go. Plenty of trans and NB wrestlers as well. MV's Pan. Enjoys ring announcer and interviewers, trans mask, they, them. And everyone, or in every match is a banger. Okay. Well, if I ever do give myself some active YouTube watching time instead of just idly leaving stuff to go while I'm working, I'll see if I can check it out. Because I have a distinct feeling that anytime these matches are on Twitch, I'm probably not gonna ever see them because I'm either working or streaming myself. Yep, let's get the base layer of these lines down. I guess by chance, Jay-Z, if you are in my Discord, would you be able to link one of the videos in, I believe, video discussion is one of the channels? because that would help out a good chunk. Tomorrow's event starts at 3, so there's that. If I remember right, all Polyam have their VODs somewhere. Hmm. Well, it's definitely worth a check. If you could at least give me the channel for, I believe, everyone? Where the hell is my mouse at? Okay, I can't do that with my left hand. Yeah, if you could give me the Enjoy Wrestling YouTube at the very least, that would probably help out a little bit in terms of my searching. I can do a little bit of Google food or just kind of figure out the rest of it at some other point in time. Stay there. We still got some stuff to do, dude. Go. Just get all these nice scratches to add some shadows for hair. Just that. Ooch. Yep. That should probably keep us on the dark portion. Let's just go a little bit deeper and add some depth in there. Yep. There we go. Shade and enjoy. Thank you. It helps me to keep track of some of the things I need to look into to just have it in Discord. So much so that I actually just have, I guess technically 3 Discord accounts now. But one of them I end up just posting random videos in to be like, hey Jude, watch these later. You meant to do it a while ago, but you got distracted by something. Oh, Zed. Okay. Don't think I need to worry about Zed. They're a very large creator. And tonight's been a pleasantly quiet night, so tonight, actually, we might be able to... Actually, that's a good question. I wonder if Toto would be streaming tonight. Because we might actually be able to get a Friday raid on them, because they haven't really streamed in a while, or I haven't seen them stream in forever. And at least for once, I can actively raid them with an art stream. Because I don't get to do that a ton. Now let's see here. How do we do light? I guess I just have to go for white and be careful. Because we're already like one step away. Not streaming at the moment, but I'll let you know if they go live. We could always stretch it out a little bit past midnight just to see. Because I know Toto tends to like to float a little bit past that to try and avoid some of us. But it's not going to work all the time, Toto. We have our ways. And the fact that we were able to get all of the shading on this done in, I want to say 5 hours technically total, because I have worked a little bit on the shading on my own time. So that's not too bad for a little doll like this. Jason's will definitely take a little bit more effort to shade, though. Oh, right there. I forgot about this zone. There we go. It's not too shabby. Hair is kind of one of the things I liked to do at the end of the day, just because I can usually make it unnecessarily shiny. And I kind of just like it when I can do that. Yeah, it's not too bad. I guess the only other thing is just like a drop shadow, huh? Hmm. Yeah, I was going to these wrestling events and experimenting with my appearance that helped me on my gender journey and realizing I'm trans. Always good. It does end up being some secondary source of media at some point, isn't it? Because I know when I'm talking with some other folks, Lemma mentioned that it was Highway Blossoms that gave them the heads up that trans was, an option, and explained its feelings. Gotta remember, Lemma goes by it let it know that trans was something that was a thing, so that was helpful. I know on my side, I thought about it 10 years ago and I looked into it, but I didn't think that would work super well for me. But nowadays, I just end up seeing a ton of webcomics on the topic. So I end up looking back to it every so often. And I don't think I would follow my original goal from the past of going from Jude to Judy. But the fact that I chose the name Jude should probably give some mild heads up that NB is also something I thought about in the past. We will do that. Because as I've learned, even though the name of Jude that I got off of a character of a cartoon that I watched was male, Jude is very much an NB name, which. So you didn't just like the song? Surprisingly, no. A lot of people tend to think it's because of the song Hey Jude, and while it's not wrong technically, because I do like the song and the fact that I memorized it at one point, it's actually from the character. I gotta remember his last name. Give me a second. Um, and this one's gonna be a little bit hard to actually show because of the fact that this was a Canadian TV show. So it's a little bit hard to actually, whoops, a little bit hard to kind of comprehend the exact thing. Let's just do that for now. I can fix that in a second. But That's the character I got the name from, which is Jude Lazowski, who was the kind of brain dead stoner skater dude of that show. And I don't know why, but his nonchalant nature just kind of clicked with me. And I very much just liked the name Jude because it sounded fun. Yeah, I can redo that. Do. But that's also partly where... That's weird. The radio shouldn't lag. I'm like 10 minutes behind it right now. Oh, I'm not 10 minutes behind it anymore. Oh well. Jude. Yeah, exactly. Jude like dude. That's also part of the reason I'm usually fine if people just kind of say Jude the dude or anything like that, because I tend to view dude as a bit of a non or an NB term as well, to be completely honest with you. Um, let's see here. How can I do this? Maybe gray? Yeah, that's where I at least got the name Jude from. I do like medievalism to some extent, so if you do see an account floating around by the name of Sir Jude, that's kind of why that exists. But aside from that, Jude was just a good sounding name for me. It sounded chill, it was short so people couldn't fuck it up super often, and it works out relatively well. You can be NB and use binary pronouns. That is where I get confused, I will be completely honest with you, JC. Which is partly why I need to look into this kind of stuff before I nail down anything. Because at least internally, if I think NB, that makes me think gender neutral. And then if binary pronouns are used, that just confuses me a bit, I'll be honest with you. I'm not gonna knock it, I'm just confused. Because I'm very much a calculator when it comes down to the end of the day. And I just need to figure out how that works. Oh no, this? Then might be okay. If I put a Gaussian on that, will that do better? Okay, yeah, that's a bit better. I just need to not go super crazy with it. Essentially, nouns are just shorthands for names, and NB is a big spectrum. NB is a big spectrum, which is partly why if I mention to people that I'm Aero, they start to question like what branch of Aero I'm actually on. Also, that's why you want to put a black border on all that. I'm reminded that Koreans don't have the problem because people are referred to by name and title. Pronouns are generally not used. Yeah, actually, the Korean life is kind of just like that, isn't it? Let's see. Skirt. Right there. Eraser Kun, where are you, buddy? There we go. There we go. Indol with drop shadow. Not looking too shabby considering how rusty I am at actually fully rendering something. Ow. Oh, I didn't know that you were Arrow. Oh, I don't usually, like, shout it from the rooftops or anything like that. So that's not a huge problem, Jay-Z. I think... Oh, yeah. I also can't tag it on Twitch, because I don't believe Arrow is a tag on Twitch. Oh, no, it is a tag on Twitch. Huh. Probably should take off the buy and just put the Arrow down, because I think Arrow is the one that's sitting cleanly. Because at least from what I recall, The feelings that I do have, or lack thereof, kind of fall more in the arrow spectrum. Aside from that is definitely a little bit of a journey, though, because I haven't the faintest fucking clue anymore. Let's see. This isn't quite a sketch. This is a fully rendered bit. So new folder. Yes? Can't do a question mark. Okay, that's fine. Nazi doll. Okay, so that is something new with VTuber Plus then. What the hell is that setting? I don't even remember updating VTuber Plus. When did it start doing that? Up. The water is paint right now? Apparently. And it's painting both over the hitbox of my own head, but also just the existence of the bucket, which is a little bit odd. um, let's just save the clip file in there as well. All right. Now, can I fix that out of curiosity? Because what are you doing, VTuber Plus? That isn't how water works. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I'm not sure what it's doing with that. Um, how can I change the settings on that? Do, do, do. Where would the settings for that be? Ragdoll physics, bone transform. Not on there. Extras, tutorials, patch notes. Blend shapes. Hmm. I am not sure where I would even fix that, to be completely honest with you. I might just tag that in the VTuber Plus Discord, because I'm not 100% certain what's breaking with that. I know there's a lot of crossover with Ace and Arrow. Oh, ever retire an adventure with a leg injury? Yeah, I guess that is kind of the obvious joke. I don't know the full wording of it, though. So if you do want to type that out, that would actually help me greatly in the future. But yeah, there usually is a good amount of crossover with Ace and Arrow. I think because of the fact that I'm not the... Oh, my UI is still showing. Whoops. I didn't think the UI actually showed up on that side. I guess just the sexual portion of how I want to explain myself to people is always not straightforward, I guess. Because I try to keep my streams family friendly. It's not exactly the easiest to just say I'm kind of a horny fucker anyways, but that's something I kind of need to figure out. I used to be an adventurer like you until it took an arrow to the knee. Oh, yeah, I guess that does still work, doesn't it? Oh, that works out well. Hmm. Ah. Alright, now what was I gonna do with the last chunk? Jason's. That's what I was gonna do. I believe I posted my sketch of that somewhere. Let me see if I can find that. Do... Now, did I put that in my Discord? Or did I just PM that to Solace the one time? I believe I just PM'd that to Solace the one time. Okay. Jump to present. Discord. What are you looking for? Oh, I was just looking for the Jason sketch. I just couldn't remember where on the computer I had actually kept it. But I found it. It's just in my DMs with you. Copy image. Can you really not create new from clipboard? There you go. All right, there we go. Jason. A little bit mildly customized. Jason uses DMs with me as storage too. I mean, it is handy. Oops, that's not what I'm going to do. It is handy just having someone to chat with at the end of the day. Just to let them know that, like, hey, I'm fine with sharing my current ideas with you. Now, let's see here. How big is this? Because I might want to try and match this to the size of Sachi's one, just that way I can keep the same line structure and all that. Canvas properties. That is about 10 times as large as I want it right now. Let's see here. Change canvas size. Not that way. Image resolution. So it should be about scale. Not that way. How do I make that less? What? Hmm. May as well just grab the calculator for this. I'll just do it manually. Don't mind my hair color. It's just gonna wig out a little bit. Oops. There we go. Now then, how do I reset all these? There we go. Up. That should be fine. That does not shrink to 10 times very well. But it still gives me the general body shape, so that kind of still works. Yeah, I'm going to have to work on this doll a little bit. So we'll kind of have to see how that ends up going. I wonder, can I manually shrink it to not be this big of a problem? Oh boy, yeah, I have that way too big from before. Why can't I shrink it manually and it's at a better resolution? I must have a different setting for it. Okay, that's fine. Delete. Also, apologies if there isn't quite as much comedy in this. I do try and turn clips off just because you never 100% know when the music will end up getting tagged. Alright, so, order of operations. How do I usually do this? Okay, so, lining is usually done in vector work because that's easiest for me considering my hands are just awful. Brush size 2 should be fine. So what I end up doing is just kind of a lot of this. Was that a knock at your door? No, that's just the music. There's a pretty heavy bass line on this one. Yeah, I'm not seeing feet by my door. It's fine. Yep. Make the lines nice and thick. Cute Neko plushie. I mean, that's kind of the idea, Nano. I mean, I'd say it invokes the proper identification for our lovely cat friend, right? I probably do need to grab his reference, though. Just because I may have missed sketching a couple of the lines because I was a mite bit lazy. You can go away, though. Let's see. I used to do that with a friend, but I ended up making a private channel in a Discord server for that. I kind of have a combination of both, to be completely honest with you. Because occasionally I'll discuss some of my art ideas with Solace, But I have a random Discord server where I kind of just end up doing my emote testing. So whenever I make emotes, at least, I've got a place to just kind of size them out to see if they will work. Yep. Gotta remember there's some double lines going on here with Jason's fake cat ears. Go up, actually. Up. Get rid of you. Now let's see how much of the lining we can get before we need to raid someone. Yep. And then there is the band that goes around Jason's hat, which gets mildly interrupted by his proper cat ears, but that's fine. That'll be a relatively easy fix when we actually get to it. Yep. Then we'll need to do a little bit of erasing here, just to make room for those moon crystals he's got in there. Now, one thing I know, or one thing I like about wrestling, rather, I need to learn how to read properly. Up. And here. Go. That's alright. And one thing I like about wrestling is the knowledge that it's all stunts and acting and not true fighting. I can get into the fantasy of it, suspend my disbelief, and enjoy this 5-foot punky gal securing a victory over the 6'9" bearded mountain of an enby. That is kind of the fun of wrestling at the end of the day, isn't it? Just because you can kind of have any scenario set up that just to break the wall a bit, because it's not exactly rude to mention that wrestling is acting, but when we're at least discussing it in this sense, it's all right. Gonna be a really thick lining on that jewel. That's fine. But when it comes down to wrestling, at the very least, it's nice to know that all of these people, for the most part, do just kind of talk backstage and try to get along with each other. Because at the end of the day, that is kind of what you want to do with your work, right? Is just try and get along with your coworkers and not worry too much about the business, to as much as you're allowed, at least. But there is still drama back there. Don't get me wrong, I'm fully aware of the fact that wrestling is not 100% free of drama. Although, at the very least, one thing I remember hearing is that The Undertaker was a surprisingly supportive wrestler, and he was relatively alright with just kind of letting folks know what they should end up doing. And I think the only stipulation they really had about that is that he's not allowed to lose title fights, or he wasn't supposed to until the end of his career. And I get annoyed when I talk about wrestling and people say, it's fake, right? Like, yes, everyone, like every show on TV. Yeah. Usually speaking, when you point out to an actual wrestling fan that wrestling is fake, that's kind of like saying to a child that Santa isn't real. No, actually, that's not the same thing. That's definitely not the same thing. That's kind of like going to someone and saying, hey, you know that anime isn't real, right? That's a better comparison. That's a much better comparison. Santa's real. What am I talking about? But, like, it is painfully obvious at times because some of this can't naturally happen in a sports setting, or else a lot of people would get fired very, very quickly. I think there is fine. Um, I can actually go higher, oddly enough. Here. Let's see here. So go up like so. Yeah, that's good. All right. Now let's see here. Can I adjust this that's not quite as wonky? Ooch. Go. That's a little too tall, actually, now that I'm thinking on it. I can fix that without having to screw with too many of the lines. That's fine. Um, do this, and then just do a little bit of finagling. Ah, that's why I don't do that. Right, never mind. Gotta wholly fix it. Height is good. That is way too low. So that needs to cut off about here. That should be fine. Like it's live action shown in anime, only wrestling instead of children's card games. I do kind of want to see like a proper live action form of Yu-Gi-Oh, but not like with fake CG stuff. I kind of just want Kaiba Corp technology to become a reality at this rate. And I'd love to just see dual discs pop off as a new fashion trend and people walking down the street with those on their arms. Because I think that would work out a little bit better. Just get rid of that too. I think I have a better idea. And then my favorite description for wrestling though is action action theater where everyone lops as their OCs. I guess wrestling to some extent is kind of just a LARP scene at the end of the day, isn't it? Just they don't focus on medieval fantasy, they focus on modern combat sport, I guess, is the best way of putting it. A little more. All right. So then that can go around. Jason's ear can come out from here. And then do something like that. And then, not there. Round up from here. Then that's close. Oops, too far. It's all kind of characters that just happen to wrestle. Yeah. They all just have a very, very common hobby, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's like having that one universe where everyone decides to play poker for some reason, and some people get horny over it, and that's how you get Kakegurui. Um, is the angling on that right? No, it is not. This one should probably change. Cute. Get rid of that. You clean up the line here because I messed it up. And then let's just clean this one up to match. Like some are clearly self-insert, some are parody, and some are inspired by movies. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, you're kind of just trying to come up with the character that you would want to LARP as, depending on your own style or whichever other factors you have on the go at the moment. I am just not able to figure out how I want to do Jason's ears. That's a bit of a shame. That's okay, but I just gotta fix that. Like, there's a wrestler called Hot Dog Starks. Okay, that's a good wrestling name. I'll give him that much at least. Who has partnered with another wrestler named Pancakes Lucha. And when they were teamed up, they went by the Bundertaker and Pancake, the brothers of digestion. Okay. That's usually a good sign when you know that someone's having fun with their wrestling career. Because you don't just come up with the Bundertaker or Pancane on a whim. That goes there, that goes there, that goes here. And this guy come out a little bit. Have a little bit of an upturn. Okay. That's good. Change all of these. Also, that makes me hungry. I mean, it's a relatively good time to be hungry, at least. 11 o'clock at night, you know, when you're trying to get ready for bed. Oops. Ew. There we go. That closer. This line just needs to start a little bit farther over. That's better. Okay. Exactly, it's fun. A promotion I like a lot is called Wrestler's Lab, and their shows are on a streaming service called Indie Wrestling TV for indie wrestling, and their events are just very fun. I'd imagine when you get down to indie wrestling at the very least, that does tend to be the break-off point because those are still people trying to actively have fun with their job compared to people who are actively just trying to put on a show to make money. Because I'm sure the people in the corporate setting aren't like completely soulless. So they're probably doing their best to just have fun with what they're doing. But when you're indie, there's just a lot more you can actually do at the end of the day. There we go. That's a little bit too far on the one side, I think. I want to taper that in a little bit. I know I drew the hat out that far, but let's just try and freeform this one a little bit to balance it back out. That should work out better. Okay. Like their last one had a 6-person experimental match. There was a train of sleeper holds that resulted in 4 wrestlers, quote unquote, sleeping, and the ref and crowd were all quiet. Well, I mean, that's nice at the very least. If people want to take a nap on the job, they realistically should be able to at the end of the day. Also, don't mind that I'm drawing through Jason's face. I'm just gonna be having the hat as its own layer, and then I'll put Jason's head over top of it. Needs to swing a little bit further down. There we go. you back up. You need to go up a peg. That should be fine. Up. Alright then, and Jason's hat has a rim. So, get rid of a little bit of this. Oops. You. We will go out a smidge from here. Make a double point so that way it actually stays at a point. Yep. I should have gotten rid of that line as well. Eh. No, actually, we can get away with it. That's fine. Oh, hey, it's a song for solace. Starts with a meow. Let's see. Pancakes Lucha was in that match, and one of the ones not asleep. He pinned one of the others with a single finger. He pinned another. Okay. And the ref did a very quiet 1-2 count, and right before 3, the wrestler 6 was sitting in the crowd. The 6'9" Mountain NB mentioned before, Big Calyx. Okay, yeah, that is a double L. Big Calyx yelled, "Wake up!" and broke the count when they all woke up and started swinging in the air. Oh, that's good. That's how you do a silly sleeper match like that. There we go. Then we do that. That works. Hat acquired. Let's see if we can do Jason's head justice. Hi. Here. And then let's just get the basic bit. Oh, I forgot to put the jewelry on the hat. That's a bit of a whoopsie. Up. Up. Shoot. There we go. That's actually okay, because I would rather go for the bang like that. And then Jason also has the ear covering tufts because we like that here in this temple. Off. There. And I do see that message. I will read that in just a second. Shoot. Jason do got some thick ass hair. Let's see. So, like, you have a wrestler named Delightful Dan, the goddamn Candyman, who walks out dressed like Willy Wonka and Lederhosen. I'm pretty sure that's not how that's pronounced, but that's fine. Walks out in Lederhosen with chocolate smeared around his mouth and handing candy out to the crowd. He's more concerned with sharing candy with his opponent than wrestling. Okay. So the indie wrestling scene does still seem to be stuck in the gimmick era then, which isn't inherently a bad thing. The gimmick era is at least fun. I'll give it that much. Especially if you've got something like that, the goddamn Candyman. I'm so used to Lethal League's Candyman at this rate that I honestly forget about Willy Wonka half the time. Yeah. Now, does this work for the jaw, or am I way too high up? Good, actually. Let's see. Just treat that as hair. We've got a little bit more of a googly eye on... Go down. Oh, there's gimmicks and there's wrestlers that play it more straight or serious with the wrestling personas? Okay. So you've got a healthy mix then. Because I know I've watched a video on Super Eye Patch Wolf's channel, I believe, where he went into relatively good wrestling history. There we go. So I have learned at least a little bit of it from that. Here. Let's see here. For this section, we want to get rid of everything that would be in relation to Jason's head. Because the paint bucket tool is not my friend, so I don't need to worry about that too much. Okay. And then also get rid of all this stuff in relation to Jason's head. Because Jason has to share the same brain cell as all of us, so he's going to need to share it occasionally when I need to get some art done. There we go. That's looking a bit cleaner. Then one of my favorites is Mr. Grimm, the Hitman for Hire. He's a cannonball. He's strong, he's heavy, and he can do a flip over the top rope to surprise an opponent out of the ring. I guess if you're that big of a fighter, then yeah, getting a free flip in for a cannonball would hurt if done improperly, but should at least play off relatively well. Ah. But it does sound like they're having some fun at the Indie League, so it's always good to hear. The cursor for vector mode needs to be a lot more apparent. Yep. Also, nope. Get over there. That should be okay. That's okay. This needs to be a rounder, though. Sorry, Jason, but if I'm making you a doll, I need to make sure you're adequately pudgy enough to be huggable. That should work. Then you. Need to make sure to get a little bit of a kitty smirk going. You are way too high for the first dot. Or way too low for the first dot. There we go. Kitty. Probably can do that side better manually, though. Yeah, there we go. Kitty. Oh. I'm getting a wee bit tired, though. Let's see here. I just gotta be careful that this does not make any noise. That is not where I'm trying to go, hands. Try that again. Like Chi is live. I have notifications. Do I have more? Why is it telling me about the ad incentive program on my other on my other account? I don't stream from that account, Twitch. What are you trying to do? Pluto really has just been avoiding a lot of streams lately, haven't they? We could just raid Saki. I don't really get a chance to chat with Saki occasionally. And I'd like to. You're a comfy cat. How much more of this can I work on? Let's just finish up the hat. And then we'll probably call it there for the night. Because I think I got a good chunk done. Let's see. I missed that message because I was looking at Twitch. Last event I saw him at live, he was part of the main event casket match. Casket match. Don't 100% know what the phrasing on that means, but I'm assuming it has something with a death match to some degree. So I'm expecting some blood sport. For that occasion, he came out to the ring with his face painted up like a skull, with his son and a little girl came out with him with similar face paint. Little girl's a fan favorite when she appears at the Wrestlers Lab events and was nicknamed Baby Grim. Aww. That's adorkable. Very much appreciate that. You win by putting your opponent in a casket and closing the lid. Okay, so functionally a death match, but also, hey, have you ever tried sleeping like a vampire? Would you like to try it out now? But it is cute that he's allowed to bring his daughter into the entrance ceremony part of it, at least. Because usually kids go over relatively well when it comes down to that. That can be cleaned up a little bit. There we go. There. Get rid of some of that excess. That works. And then you. There. And then way too high, buddy. We need to go for what I assume are angry eyes on Jason's hat. Because he's sick and tired of everybody calling him a human. So he needs to show, or at least the hat needs to show dominance to let people know that he is very much, in fact, a cat. Here, 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 here. Huh. Oh, okay, this is a summer vacation song. I was gonna say for a second, like, this, I mean, it is Friday, my dude. This is pretty normal. Last Wrestlers Lab event, she actually got a hit in on his opponent. Wait, she was able to get a hit in? Okay. He has his opponent in a hold and asked Baby Graham if she wants to get a hit in. The crowd cheered. The opponent was yelling, no, 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 and she sold the hit. Oh, that's good. Oh, I'm glad when they can try and encourage that kind of stuff. No, need to do that a little bit better. There we go. Now, am I missing any details on that hat? I think I kind of cheesed it a little bit with those downward swirls, and I'm using those as ear holders. So I know those are missing. But what else is there? I guess there's just the inner portion of it, isn't there? And then the details on the angry eyes. I should probably fix those, actually. I could make those look more polygonal than just a sweep. Hold on. I didn't even notice that. So, I can actually get away with that. Because these are meant to be angry eyes on the hat. Because the hat's alive. And then having them spread apart is actually for the better. So why don't we move these over to have them properly spread out? We'll just have to eyeball it, I guess. Do, 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 do. There. And that should do it. No. Oops. Kind of boxed myself in by mistake with those sweeps. That should work out okay. Like, I love that she made Baby Grimm's hit look good. Oh yeah, and plenty of intergender matches at these events. I guess that is something you don't see on the uh corporate. That's the word. That isn't something you get to see at the corporate level very much because people don't want to spin fun narratives at all. Up. Also gonna fix this because you do not sweep enough, friend. I need you to get bigger up here. There we go. It's not too shabby. Probably actually save this Jason doll. Only thing I want to change is that, just because the pixel placement there is a little bit too jank. There we go. That's not too bad for just getting the basic headlining in. I do kind of want to wait on Toto to see if they'll actually stream. This one was the last time they actually streamed. They haven't streamed in about 4 days now. Can we expect a stream from them on Friday? Ow. Hmm. This is the only problem. I don't get to do art very often, so I don't always have a valid reason for rating Toto. We can just keep going. That's fine. You... So how do I want to order of operations this? We need to make sure that this potion bottle just exists. Toto wouldn't expect it to. Yeah, that's true. So anyway, I think I established that I love wrestling. You did, Jay-Z. You did. And honestly, that's not a bad thing, because it's good to see the amount of passion that people can derive from any form of entertainment, really. I can probably move that over. Oot. Because lately, at the very least, you end up finding a lot of people who are, I don't want to say lukewarm about everything, and I'm kind of guilty of this as well. But people just try to just end up liking something and then moving on afterwards, which isn't inherently a bad thing if you're busy, but like, it's just good to see passion in what people are doing. Because then they delve more into the topic, they try to get others into that topic. Yep. And try to just spread the love around, which is what a lot of, especially indie content, actually needs at the end of the day. It's just having someone who is in enough of a fan to spread more and more of their news around
Huh.
I do have a neighbor that does seem to either dislike the smell of this apartment or they just dislike me for some reason. Because they end up spraying a lot of aerosols in front of my door. And it's hard to tell if that's because of me or because of the apartment. Here. Make sure to get that to wrap all the way around his cat paw. That should work, and I'll probably just manually paint that button. And then being at these events in person gives me life. I can be me, I can yell, cheer, boo, wave my arms, show my support, be excited, and it's all accepted and appreciated. I don't have to hold back. Exactly. Whoops. My hands were off my keys for a little bit there. That's always ending up, or that's one of the fun parts I feel, especially about more inclusive events. It's just the fact that you can just be yourself and you don't really have to worry about anything as much. You can just be you. And sometimes that's kind of just all you want at the end of the day. It's just like, hey, I'm Jay-Z. I'm here to rock. Please listen to my bass solo because I'm very proud of it. There's my mouse. This can go here. Much better. Also, if you're wondering how I can actually glean the details from this heavy of a pixelation, let's just say I'm used to it and not get super deep into the details of how I've probably hurt my vision a little bit too hard doing some of the weird tracing that I do off of my traditional sketches. I can just be me and then be incredibly lethargic the next day. That's just kind of a mood, though. Because whenever you go into just a large public space and just expend a lot of your energy, it is not the best afterwards, but it's still nice to do at the end of the day. Up there, and you go up a little bit. There we go. There's those two little fasteners that his jacket has. Oop, 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 oop. Then the double belt, which is kind of hard to show at the resolution I'm doing this at, but that's fine. I'm also probably going to leave the side potions that he usually has on his belt off, just because that's going to be adding a little bit too much detail, I feel, to this. Let's see. Go to the 1 for a second. Go. Add a little bit of a schwiggity schwoom to that. Rid of that one. And push that line down. Put this line down. We're only going to be able to see one on this side because of how I did it. That's fine. And then get that to sweep out onto the leg like that. Okay. Hey, the TPC. Welcome, welcome. It has been a while since you've been here last, hasn't it? I've changed things up a little bit at the very least. So hopefully you enjoy the look of the new cabin at the very least. And we aren't going to be live for too much longer. I'm kind of just testing out my limits a little bit because there is someone I'd like to raid if they come on tonight. We'll kind of have to see if they decide to do that because they've been very good at avoiding raids lately. But how are you so far, TPC? Has life been treating you alright? Down here. Go. Where is mouse at? Go. That goes to there. This goes here. Okay, working out well so far. Jason's design is complicated, but there are ways you can simplify it to make it easier. Over here. Over here. I'm okay, just chilling. Haven't been doing too much. Can't say there's nothing wrong with that. All things considered, especially since we're in the summer, it is kind of a good time to just rest and not have to push yourself super hard to get other bits done. Oh, that makes that way too much taller. Guess we're eyeballing stuff again. Let's see. So about here. Okay. The top line needs to be about there. That's a bit better. Okay. I shared a clip of the Baby Grim hit in the video channel. Alright, thank you very much, Jay-Z. That'll be worth a watch when I won't have to worry about Twitch screaming at me for playing YouTube videos. Yep. Just gonna line big old cat badonker paws that I gave him. As well as these pseudo gloves. Oh, it's a Twitter video? Okay, well that makes things a little bit easier. Probably won't have to worry about as much of playing that live on stream, but I'll just focus on the art for the moment. Shoot. That works. And then I just need one line here. Because Chasen's other paw is not going to be super noticeable. Should probably erase that. There we go. Is that too long? No, no, it's not. Just the perspective isn't there yet because I haven't drawn the feet. All right. Then let's do that. Get rid of all of that. Let's draw a circle. All right. How well does that connect? This can come in a little bit. That can go out a little bit. And this is why I like vector art, by the way. With super shaky hands, drawing good circles is a minor bit challenging, which is why I need to do stuff like this just to make sure that stuff can actually be lined up properly. That should work. Cool. There's one big honker of a foot. That one's going to be dead on to the camera, so I don't got to worry too much about all of these extra pant details that Jason has on him. Yep. A little too far. There. 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 There we go. Also, apparently people recognize me at events because of my bucket hat. Bucket hat is kind of a standout in this generation, at the very least. Especially because I have a bunch of pins and buttons on them from wrestlers and promotions. Though to be fair, a bright pink bucket hat does stick out in the crowd. Yeah, bright pink bucket hat definitely does stick out in the crowd just a little bit. But if you do kind of adorn it with pins, that does kind of bring back memories of old when I used to do that. Because sometimes it's just kind of nice to have all of your interests in one place. Just so that way you can kind of show to people like, hey, by the way, I like these things. Do you like these things? Probably should bring that down to the pant leg. There we go. That's better. Now let's see. How do we do these paws? There we go. Then this one we can do the same trick with. There, there. That mostly works. Oh, well, hey there, Frank. How's it going, friend? Hopefully the evening's been running relatively well for you so far. To anyone new on Frank's side at the very least, my name is Jude, your Judicial Utility Droid Mark III, here to provide you with relatively comfy times, usually while we're going through games, but tonight I needed to get some art done. And you were doing Wizard of Legend. That's a game I have not touched in a fortnight at the very least. But how did you enjoy your runs? Hopefully RNG didn't screw you over too hard at least, just because I know roguelites can be a little bit rude at times. Let's see here. This is probably fine to use the vector stuff on. Here. This part can be a little bit rounder, actually. Oh. There we go. It was a fun stream. Had to get used to Wizard of Legend again. But I got a clear after one death. Okay, well, that's pretty good. I know as long as you can get used to that game, because that is more of a Twitch-based reaction game compared to some of the other roguelites out there nowadays. Ooh. So as long as you're treating yourself well with it, then you're usually good, but can get a little bit tricky at times. Also played Nuclear Throne before that. I have 25-ish games installed for viewers to choose for me to play. That's not a bad idea. I'd be tempted to steal that in all honesty. But always good to hear. So you got a little bit of Rogue Legacy in, you got not Rogue Legacy, you got a little bit of Nuclear Throne in, and you got a little bit of Wizard of Legend in. I'd say that's a relatively good night then. Especially that way you can kind of flip between multiple of them to see what mood people are in. Not that. Cancel. No. I probably would have been the first run if I used the broken teledash. That's honestly fine, Frank. Sometimes you just gotta learn from it. Heading out now, gotta pack up, pack what I can so I can leave early. Thanks for the stream and chat. Definitely glad to have you here, JZ. Best of luck with the drive tomorrow, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow night for Terraria if you're back by then. If not, then enjoy the wrestling and we'll talk with you later. And I also did Honkai Impact Roguelike. Honkai Impact has a roguelite mode now? Since when have they done that? Damn it. Hey. Fine. I'll just try and redraw it at an angle. You needing my pixel perfect precision to get this going. There we go. I think it came out late last year. Probably, because I don't remember hearing about it at all. But I guess it kind of works for a game like Honkai, because you are just trying to make a relatively well fleshed out team at the end of the day. Those are a little bit big, but I might just redo the other ones on the other foot to kind of coincide with this sizing. Shoot. Here. There we go. All right, now you are all now tiny by comparison, so we're gonna fix you. It's actually really important to the story too. They actually tied roguelike content to the story of that game. Oh, I'm sure people loved that upon announcement. Because I know Arknights recently added a roguelite mode, which I know Solace has been having a relatively good time with. I haven't really put too many hours into it myself. That's good. But I do know that people are at least enjoying it at the end of the day. Heard of you? You two. And the Arknight one drives you up the wall. That's honestly fine, Frank. It's not my cup of tea either, to be completely frank. Or no, actually, I'll go with the pun. To be completely frank with you, it's not exactly something I like either. But people do enjoy the idea just because we have had mostly static maps to go with in the first place. So it ends up being a breath of fresh air for them to not have to worry about, oh, hey, here's a setup, go with it. There we go. Let's see. I'm playing the roguelite right now. I'm level 38 and I still can't beat it. So I keep jumping back in, getting mad, quitting, and repeating the next day. That kind of sounds like what it wants you to do anyways, Frank, so maybe if you just keep throwing your face at the wall, then you should be okay. Give me this bean, please. Edit, transform. Yes. There we go. Less of a problem. Merge with layer below. Perfect. Let's see. The permanent buffs are pretty handy, so it'll at least get easier as you go. But I do not enjoy RNG. You do not enjoy RNG, but you've got a playable list of roguelites, Frank? Are you trying to confirm to me that you're a masochist then? Because I mean, you're allowed to, but if you're going to come out with that statement, you got to make sure to back up your original claim. What I'm finding fun is the random gear I can find to do absurd stuff. Yeah, that sounds about right, in all honesty. All the random artifacts that end up popping up do kind of make things a little bit more interesting at the end of the day. So, as long as people are at least enjoying that, that's kind of what matters. That does line up with each foot now, at least. Most of them don't make or break your run with RNG. Hmm. Yeah, I guess you're right, actually. Also, did I not hear the shutout go off for Frank? Because that should have pulled up a clip. Hmm, weird. Oh well. That system's kind of jank today anyways. Huh. Yeah, nothing. Is it broken or does Frank just not have any clips? Oh, you only have one clip? That might do it. Hmm. No, apparently it's just broken. Cool. Thanks, program. Up. See. Refresh cache a few times. Just that way it stops being a dingus. Fucking hate computers at times, I swear. Is it just because Frank only has one clip? Because I can at least understand that if the system's that jank about it. God, I don't want to have to fix that again. Alright, whatever. Twitch Guru is just being mean. I hate computers, Jude 2022. I mean, it's technically true. Computers can get unnecessarily annoying at times. It's a clip of me talking about not being sure why I had clips turned off. Oh, that sounds about right, to be completely honest with you. That sounds entirely right. Up. Yeah. Yeah, it's looking like Toto just isn't streaming tonight. That's a bit of a shame. Not much I can do about that. I do agree, though. I hate computers. I mean, it's kind of a love-hate relationship with most computers anyways at the end of the day, right? So at the very least, we can hate them. Usually speaking, at least, they can't hate us back, so that's good. It has a joke punchline at least. Having at least some kind of a punchline is at least good. Ah. Yeah, I'll admit I'm kind of just running out of steam. So let's see if we can find someone to raid. Technically speaking, Pigeon is live, but that's a bit of a viewer disparity, so I'm not sure if that's necessarily a good idea. What about this account? Yeah, Chi is also live. That is true. And I at least have about 10% of Chi's viewers, so that's not quite as bad. You like to raid Pigeon and shout myself out. Oh, Frank, that's cheating, though. You're not allowed to do that. Who's live out of the VTuber folks that I follow? Looks like Saki might end up being ending shortly anyways. You know what? Where is Chi? I'm not following Chi on this account, am I? That feels awfully rude of me. Showing them on the homepage, too. Alrighty, well, sure. Let's go over to Chi. They kind of just started anyways, so. Raid. Devanchi. Art. I believe that's right. Alright, cool. Alrighty. Well, I at least do want to thank folks for dropping by for the impromptu art raid, or art stream. I know that these won't happen a ton because I'm usually on top of my art stuff, but I've just got a little bit of extra crap I need to do this weekend, so I wasn't quite able to keep up on it. But maybe we'll do more art streams again if folks want to see me work on stuff when I actually have the thoughts laid out for those. But for now, tomorrow at least we'll be continuing with our Terraria stuff, and then that'll be the base end of the stream week. Next Friday, just as a reminder, we do have the 12-hour stream for the Digimon Survive release. I'll be starting that around noon EDT, so a lot earlier than when I usually start these streams, but I'll just be going throughout the day if people want to drop by whenever. But aside from that, that's about all I got for now. So thank you everybody for stopping by. Enjoy or hope you enjoyed the cabin, and I'll talk with you later. Bye-bye.